Alrighty then, let's get the show on the road. Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello. A little late this morning. I was working on some stuff. Working on a thing or two. But here I am. Ready to get some S ranks. Hopefully. I don't know what the S rank menu is going to look like today. Yesterday was super busy. A lot of a Realm Reborn, though. Can usually rely on a Realm Reborn to keep spawning. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Let me make sure my game captures. Right, yeah, I'm still doing this. Listen, I needed a thumbnail for my video this morning. And that seemed... Wait, it's actually like the same time of night still, too. I just realized, because I froze time. And then I came out of that cutscene. Or I came out of that with the time being identical. I guess it was about an hour ago I made that thumbnail. So I guess that tracks. Let me get my S rank set up all good. Alright, that should be okay for the most part. And yeah, now we continue. We had a really good S rank day yesterday. So I'm feeling it again today. I might do Enfield a bit later. I did get another sponsored thing for it, so you know. Why not, right? I was going to do a different sponsored thing today, but I can just do that tomorrow. I have to do it tomorrow, as a matter of fact. So... if I don't do it today, I have to do it tomorrow. So, we'll see, because I don't have to do the Enfield thing today either, but it might not be the worst idea in the world. Alright, sweet. Good morning, Avelia. Hello, hello. Ivy. Are you feeling desperate again this morning, girl? Oh my god, you ate so much of your food. Wait, there's actually almost... No, there's still some, but how do you eat so much last night? I gave her a nice full bowl. Good morning, Kel. Good morning, King. Oh, right. I also need to fix something real quick. I was about to do it. I need a different graphic for... Wait, didn't I download this already? I think I did. I need my exit lag thing. I think I have a different one to use now. There we go. And I should also fix the one under the stream. Excellent. Thank you, exit lag. Alright. Ow, Ivy, you're digging into my Ow, girl. That hurt. Ow, your paws. Stop. You're digging, like, directly into the skin. I don't mind if you're on my lap, but just stop digging. God. All she does is inflict pain. Why doth she do this? Alright, I gotta get back to the channel. There we go. So yeah, we're hoping for another good hunt day, because we did have a really good one yesterday. Yesterday was like 30 S ranks. As a matter of fact, did I... Okay, let me go spend real quick. Oh, and as I go to spend... okay, what server? Oh, Sarg. Sarg's Lucrota. I'm already on Sarg. Look at that. Off to a good start. Yeah, yesterday was great. So many S ranks. Off to at least getting one so far today. So that's a start. Hello, Akakaze. And where is this one? Ow, Ivy, you are killing me. Literally, the blood is being drawn. Yeah, Lucrota should be... There it is. Ivy. It's too much, girl. I spend all day with you. I guess it's a Lucrota kind of day at the very least. Yeah, it was great. I like the moment I try to leave and go actually spend my tomes, which I don't have to right now. It's not like I'm getting them at a super fast pace. See that tiger? That's what I'm after right now. Early morning grocery shopping. I see you, and I raise you one not leaving the house grocery shopping. But no, you are correct. Early morning, or right before it closes is another really good time. Like if the grocery store closes at 10, you go at like 9:30. Most of the time people are like, that's too close to closing, I'm not gonna go. So you're like, perfect. Other people not being in my way, I couldn't have asked for anything better. It's the lit. That's how you know that you've been on this planet for a long time. It's not a bad thing. Or maybe it is, depending on your outlook. But, knowing that those little things create such joy. This means you're sick of, you're at the point in your life where you're sick of people, at the very least. Doesn't have to mean it's been too long for the individual. Not necessarily an actual long time. That's a good one. Church service hours is a good one. Every time I think that that's going to be a good idea, it has never once worked out. I'm like, I thought y'all went to church. I live in South Carolina now. It's a pretty religious area, I feel like. When it was in California, I understood it not really mattering if I went like Sunday in the morning. I'm in South Carolina now. There's churches all over the place. Yeah, interacting with humans is just awful. The less I can do of that, the better. Grocery shopping during church hours. That's a thing of beauty. Alright, another Lucrota bites the dust. Thank you for spawning. Especially for Lucrota, because spawning Lucrota sucks. I'll put it bluntly, it is not fun. It's one of those like kill 50 of everything ones. Yeah, like I said, no thank you. I'm also big on the no thank yous to human interaction. Listen, I interact with people on my stream. That's good enough for me most of the time. S-Rank's pretty cleaned up right now. Yeah, yesterday was pretty good. I'll probably actually do some trains today, since there probably won't be too many. I'll probably hang around for a bit and then go catch the what's it called, train, the Gilgamesh train in like an hour and a half, or I'm sorry, in like an hour. Good morning, Palm. Yeah, I'd assume the only other ones that are left are like Agrippa, Pale, things like that. Which, you know, is just so great. So very great. Everyone's like, I can't wait to spawn Agrippa the Mighty. Yeah, there's an Adamantoise, Stormblood train. Scentmerv and a bunch of time-gated ones, yeah. Minnows, I think, are reasonable to expect. People seem to be pretty good at spawning Minho without too much effort. Scentmerv is... I hate that guy. I mean, it's better than doing Nunyunui, but... Yeah, I don't think that that's incorrect. That's pretty much the only one that is worth doing, I'm pretty sure. I think Minnow is the only kill count one that isn't just a terrible, like, POS. Quite literally the only one that doesn't suck to do. And it's because there's a fate that just feeds it to you, so, you know. It kind of just completes itself almost. I'm still upset about the spoiled onions from yesterday. But it sounds like I'll be doing a lot more train stuff today. In which case, let me quickly go spend my my tomes. Let me clear the board a little bit. I've got like just under 1,300 on me, so it's not too many. I'm 1/3 done with all my relics at the very least. 1/3 done. I'm going to turn in all my Arcanites this patch as well. I'm actually going to get all the relics. I don't even remember what most of them look like. I should probably judge them as I go. Oh, that reminds me, I got to release the Valentions video as well. Put out my Final Fantasy XIV mobile video instead first today. I'm getting back into getting a lot more. I have a ton of video ideas that I've just been sitting on. And projects that have been left largely unfinished. So I want to get back onto a lot of that. I've got another video already queued up for next week. I scripted another video this morning. I've got a lot of stuff in the works. Now that we're a little bit away from January, it's a pretty good idea for me to start to kind of crank them out. And we should be hitting news cycles again in probably about 3 weeks before... Well, 3 weeks from now, and then probably a little silent till FanFest. I expect that the next live letter would be the second week of March. Approximately. So I've got some prediction style stuff and some fun speculation style stuff to come. But yeah, I got my Final Fantasy XIV mobile video out today. That should be a good one. And we've got a bunch of sponsored stuff. Having so much sponsors. I definitely... Oh, that's right. In a couple of days, I do have something. I guess I don't have to do it in a couple of days, but I do have another sponsored thing for the back half of February. I have a lot of sponsored stuff coming. I don't know what's going to do. There's just been so many sponsored ops that have all been pretty decent, in all honesty. It's rare most of the time. Well, quite frankly, they're not. Quite frankly, a lot of the times I get sponsored offers, it just doesn't do it. They've been considerably better as of late, which is both fortunate and unfortunate, because it's like there's a lot of things I want to be playing, and then I've got a lot of obligations to fulfill at the same time, both of which are good things. I really want to play Neo 3, man. I still haven't released my second I actually have a couple of relink videos that I'm going to be working on. One is just watching the Eustace thing, because I actually haven't watched it yet. I didn't watch the most recent little like broadcast that they did. And then I wanted to do a video highlighting some of the issues with the base game that I'd like to see them iron out personally. Because I do think there are a few things that I'd like to see be less of an issue. Especially when you reach the upper echelons of like... Because eventually, effectively, every mission we did was done in under a minute. Which is fine for like sake of farming. Like it is fun to try to just, you know, PB fights like that. But it also meant that I actually hadn't done a real fight that wasn't like... I don't know, I guess Primal... Even the Primal Bahamut was just like... I don't really have to do much of anything, you know? So the issue of too many sigils feeling like they're mandatory because, you know, you wanted to kill things as fast as possible, and that was how you did it, so... I definitely would like to see less of that in the DLC. I want to struggle a little bit. Like, yeah, I want to feel good. You have to shatter the sky. I shattered the sky plenty. I shattered the sky more than anyone needs to shatter any sky. Of that, I am almost entirely certain. But yeah, I would just like to, I'd like to see some things in that regard be done, just a little bit better. so that it's not as much of an exploit fest, and it doesn't feel like... Effectively, I could only really roll, like, attempt to roll, like, really high-end double sigils. And there was nothing else I could really do, and there were a few things. Wait, I live for the Mana Garber music. That's still one of my favorite tracks in that entire song. Hello, Arakasu. Dude, I can't speak this morning. That's what I get. I skipped coffee this morning because I was busy. I was busy with a couple things. One, I just took a little bit of time to do some RuneScaping this morning. Only like half an hour because I haven't really had time for it much as of late. I didn't make any time for it like the day before. And then I worked on another video, and I got the videos I have live. I also was going to do the God of War game today, the 2D one, because I have a sponsored thing for it, but I decided I would hold off for tomorrow. Hello, Demon. That was a big... I'm so glad that last surprise of that state of play was not God of War VR. Which I think might have already existed, so maybe that's why it wasn't a thing. Because I was certain that's what they were going to do there, and then they were like, no, that's not what we're doing. I'm like, oh. Okay. I'm not going to lie. Didn't have the hopes that it was going to go that way. Such a good state of play, man. I should stream the first Kena game before the second one comes out. Because Kena is very, very good. And anyone who didn't play the first definitely owes it to themselves to consider playing the first. At least in my opinion. That's one of those games that I'll just always go to bat for, is the first Kena. Even if it's a little on the simple side combat-wise. That's not a bad thing. That just means it's easy to pick up if you've, just hearing about it for the first time. Alright. I've been in such a good mood the past couple of days. Oh. Hold on. Oh, one sec. Sophie's just messaging me. I'm in a happy mood. How are the S ranks? We don't expect much in the way of S ranks today. Let me check something real quick. I need to check something. Let's see. Okay. I had to do something real quick. Alright, there we go. Sorry, my brain, it no work super good early in the morning. I used to be, dude, honestly, that's one of the signs of, like, me actually, like, aging. I used to be so good at doing two things at once. I'm not nearly as good at doing two things at once now anymore. I'm still okay at it. I'll give myself a little bit of credit. But definitely not how I used to be. Suffering from the old effect. Every time I get hit with old in like Final Fantasy VII or something, I'm just like, man, it's not fair. It'd be really funny if in part 3 of Remake, they have the old status effect and it just has like Cloud with gray hair. Like it actually gives him like a beard and a mustache and just gives him gray hair while he's afflicted by it. I'm not gonna lie, old Barrett's would look badass. I'm just saying. Old Barrett about to look fucking wise as hell. Jesus Christ, what's going on, Adesha? Don't worry, that wasn't addressed at you. Yeah, I took on exitlag as a sponsor as of late. And given recent event, it's so funny because during Prague, I was like, man, I wish I had an exitlag sponsor for this. And then I was like, oh, you know what? Better late than never. Good morning, Sam. Yeah, there's not going to be that many S ranks today, so I'm actually going to do a lot of A ranks, more than likely, to make some relic prog. I'm 1/3 done with my current relic step, so I feel like that's probably the way to go. Make a wee bit of progress, if you will. Wait, what the hell? Oh, okay. I was very confused. Just trying to do something on my phone real quick. Does exitlag promo apply for yearly payments only? Yeah, so the 50% off is for the solo, duo, or squad 1 year, and it's 50% off a year. They do have a free trial first if you do want to try that, though. They do have a deal. It wouldn't be my discount code, but they do have the deal on the plan up from the annual one. Generally speaking, once you start using one of those services, usually stick with it, but because the changes are pretty noticeable. What the hell is this? What the fuck? My phone. I was trying to put my address in for something, and the address it put in was very much the wrong one. Which was weird, because I don't even know what that one belongs to. I've never lived in that location. Oh, and I'm stupid. Oh, right, I do have something to do this afternoon. It'll only take me like 5 minutes to do it, though. No, thank you. Of course, I will always answer any question. Okay. Do 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 do.
Kazuki just subscribed.
Thank you, Kuzuki, for the 109 months. I'm just taking care of something real quick. The hell? Huh? That's weird. Oh, right. Never mind. I'm stupid. Where? Here it is. I was trying to pay for something, and I forgot. I have a new... Wait. See, I got my card updated. Did it keep the same? Yeah, it did. Okay. My card was going to expire next month, aka it is going to be the next several weeks of remembering everything that my previous card was on. It was about to be the worst several weeks of my life. Oh, God. That is the worst. Alright, yeah, I have something to take care of after stream today. Alright, I'm good. You have me again, chat. I apologize. Unless I get distracted again, in which case I apologize in advance. But honestly, that's just... how it is. Excuse me. It's the relic? Well, it's just the tome part of the relic. Because I need, so for every step, you need 1,500 tomes after you do the step. For every patch, I should say, the end of the patch is 1,500 tomes. For every single individual step. So, I have the previous 2 steps worth of tomes done. Thank you. I do not have the most recent one done. The most recent one I'm 1/3 done with. Not too bad. I haven't really been trying that hard. But, you know, I don't want to fall behind on that. So I've been doing hunt trains, and I've been doing the S ranks, because I'm actually... Okay, I think I'm like 200... Let me check real quick. I should get the exact number. The hunt... Less than 200. Nice. 196 S ranks away from getting my tiger. Then I need to get 5,000 for the Ultimate Thrill Seeker title. I would have thrown them overboard, demon. On principle alone. Eject them. Like, I'm sorry, but you're inflicting too much pain on me right now. I'm going to need you to get the hell out of here. I'm going to need you to exit stage left. Sometimes people are just begging to be kicked. And in the case of dressing up as Rowena, pretty high on that list. Yeah, I'll have my... It's too bad I'm not really close to the other ones. This one's, like, I'm only 1/4 done with that one. And not even remotely close to done with the other ones. That one's like, you know, that was like over 1/3 done. Well, clearly they had a thing. Mistress. I was like, clearly they have a thing going. And then I read the rest, and I was like, Mistress. Man, that's... Listen, I don't want to cosplay as an alcoholic. I'm gonna opt out of that. I am going to make a decision that is not involve that. Are you saying that Geralt can't be a bun girl? He just needs to get the bunny ear things and a maid outfit, and he's good. Glam's mostly unrestricted now. He could do whatever he wants. That's how that works. Geralt, embrace your unrestricted Glam, please. You may not want to, but the world does. I don't think Geralt ever gets anything for free. I would never assume anything about Geralt, and just because he worked for him doesn't mean he was in his good graces, also. Working for someone does not mean that they trust you to give you something for free. Yeah, exactly. He would more than likely owe Godbert than anything else. Like, listen, I'll wear this bunny outfit if you give me free booze. But that's it. That's the only way he's doing it. There's gotta be booze involved. One day they're going... One day they're just gonna decide he gets to be free and everything's gonna change forever. Wouldn't that be wild if one day we actually get him escaping his debt and giving up his alcoholism? That would be wild. That would be a turn of the century move. Just this Valentine? Because I was gonna say, when was the last time you played Avelia? Because wouldn't you have letters from like 1 billion years ago in there? I mean, we never really did any quests with what's-his-face. I mean, we did. There was the crafting and gathering relics, I think, used Granault back in Shadowbringers. But they don't really do anything with his alternate versions. Oh, you've been playing daily. All right. Damn. I don't know how you manage that. I envy people who can log into something like Animal Crossing every day. Don't have the creative mind for it. Still no blue roses. You weren't part of my rose crew back in the day? Unfortunate. Because everyone who helped me get blue roses, I just gave them blue roses. It took us like 3 fucking weeks of doing it, but we spent a lot of time working on blue roses on this stream. Want to grow? Okay, that's fair. Animal Crossing Iron Man run. No, I can respect it. I mean, honestly, to be fair, that gets you a lot more out of the game for you anyway. That's why I play RuneScape like that. Because if I could just go to the exchange and get everything that I wanted, then it wouldn't be nearly as fun. Or at least it wouldn't be for me. I have a lot of respect for people who choose to grind items themselves. As an item grinder of my own accord. I'm somewhat of an item grinder myself. Enjoying catching up. Yeah, I remember they said they added a whole bunch. I remember a whole bunch of things being mentioned. It's just, I don't know. I guess I think if I'm going to go back to a farming game, it's going to be Me and Sophie playing more Stardew. Which we really didn't even make that much progress in, all things considered. We were playing a super modded Stardew. We weren't playing like base game. We were playing like some Omega modded Stardew. Yeah, and Harvestella. Yeah, because we all know, yeah, if Harvestella casual farming sim. No, true. Dude, I really want to replay Harvestella. I just know that committing to replaying all of Harvestella is a big, big undertaking. Loot Master. Oh, it's a Loot Master Merc party. Ooh. Merc parties are all the... It's funny how, like, the whole sales thing has changed so many times. Because originally, sales were, like, a very, like, underground market. And now it's, like, an Omega, like, standard thing. Like, it's just... Because it's allowed for people to advertise merking, like, they were like, oh, I'll pay you to, like, give me... That has become such a... It's actually been really good for getting real money out of the equation and Gil to be back. To be fair, I don't know if these people are buying Gil. Generally speaking, it doesn't... Making Gil's not hard. So, I honestly, I really don't know how to feel about that, but... It seems to be, like, a lot more in the vein of... like, the acceptable use of everything. Like, it just seems like there's a lot less RMT involved. That's my interpretation, at least. Lost your sanity? Smirk! There, you got found your solution. A lot of it is just people just... They know the only people joining, or most of the time, the people joining Merc parties are going to be the people most likely capable of clearing. You know? So it's a big, like, filter for a lot of people to just get out of that prison. Loot Master Mercs. They just don't even want to mess around, dude. They're just like, just get me in there, pal. Yeah, don't give up on losing your sanity. You've still got plenty of opportunity. Alright, there was a Centurio train. Yeah, so it looks like the next Dawn Trail train is the Gilgamesh one, which I'll probably just end up hopping on A-rank trains today. It's funny because I remember back in WoW when I was playing gold. What were they called? It was like gold. It was like auction runs, I think is what they were called. I fucking loved auction runs. Because I would just go for one piece that was like really rare. GKP runs. Yeah, there you go. GKP runs. I fucking love GKP runs. I would just go with the intention of bidding on, because you had to have a minimum, like you had to be willing to bid on something. And I would just go for something that was really rare, the only like one piece I wanted. And I would just most of the time just collect a ton of money. I almost like never actually got the loot I was looking for. I can think of like one time maybe in Ice Crown. I don't even remember what it was. That I got something that I was willing to bid on. But yeah, I used to just speak out like a bandit there. It was great. Good times. Good times. GKP runs. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I did a ton of those on Ice Crown. And Merc runs nowadays are kind of in the same vein. Not really, because it doesn't seem like anyone's really bidding on gear anymore. That's not really how it is. It's just more so that like people are merking specific pieces. It takes a level of trust to accept that somebody's actually gonna like keep to their word about that stuff too. Full Loot Master Merc. Love that. Yeah, I mean, it could still happen, Many. It's just not looking great. I wouldn't personally choose to be optimistic about it. That's all I'll say. I was curious. But I was also someone who just thought that it was probably not going to work. So. No, that was never going to be the case. I promise you that was never once going to be the case. Oh, shit. I wasn't even paying attention. Genova Minhakao. Oh, that was like a minute ago. I mean, it's still kind of early, so I might be okay. It's a Saturday, though, so... Still pretty early on a Saturday. If anything, that should mean even more so in my favor. Yeah, I mean, that statement was never about 14 Mobile. He can't make promises like that. They're not the developers of it. Also, it would not make sense at all to have the mobile version on Switch too. There's literally no logical reason to do that. As much as you may have wanted it. There was never a logical reason. No, they do not, Agent. The Switch 2 really wouldn't be a problem for Final Fantasy. It wouldn't. The current consoles don't in any way hold the game back. The Switch 2 is not going to hold it back more than the PS4, I promise you that. Given the PS4 also doesn't hold it back. Only the PS3 actively held the game back. Because the PS3 is special. What a special device. I need to be right back real quick. I need just a few minutes. Alright, sorry about that. I am back. Anyway. Oh. I missed another Minha cow. Thanks. Sorry about that. That has nothing to do with consoles, Matty. That has nothing to do with any of that. That entirely has to do with how much data is saved on any given PC, on any given client. The frequency with which signals are sent. That's not just something that's limited to the things you think it is. There are a lot of reasons underneath in the game code that anything might be limited to that. That is in no way a console limitation. Also, worth stating, as was the case with the PS3, if something can't be accomplished because of the console, they just give the PC version more. That's why there were features back on the PS3 that just didn't release onto the PS3. Because they were like, well, the PS3 can't do it. We'll make sure everyone else can do it except them. They've already shown more than enough willingness to do exactly that. Let's see here. And thank you. Yeah, that's definitely got big. I don't know how it's actually done on the back end, but I think I know what the limitation is, energy. Unfortunately, without anyone actually having access to any of the back-end code, net code, intertwining systems, pretty much anything, making any blanket statement is fairly ignorant, which is why I tend to not do it. Or if I do it, I generally state my own ignorance along the way. Like, I don't know, this is just how I imagine it would work, but obviously I don't actually know anything. Always assume that it is, there's more to it than you know. Or it's better to do so. Because more often than not, you'd probably be right. It's good to want things. It's not good to think you know why you don't have them. But all the same, yeah, I don't think they give a crap about PC prices and whatnot. Yeah, there's a lot of things. But assume that it's done the way that... But I'm just saying, none of that has anything to do with console. That was the entire point of the conversation. That might have any other reason to do with things. It's not just because the game is on PS4, and that wouldn't be because the game is on Switch 2. We're well past that point. There was very specific problems with the PlayStation 3. There are other problems with the PlayStation. They actually have a very different problem with the PS4 right now, but it is a PS4 exclusive problem. One they've already publicly stated. In that the only reason the game has continued to exist on the PS4 is because Sony's been increasing their maximum on what can actually be, like, how much data can actually be uploaded back end onto the Sony services on the PlayStation 4, and they're not really willing to go much further. No, it's not even the disk size. It's very specifically how much they're allowed to, like, place on the back end. The PlayStation services back end for the PS4. It's well beyond its original limit, and Sony's already been expanding that limit past every other service that's on it. And they're just kind of, like, not super willing to keep going. That's about the only limitation that actually exists. Keep in mind, he didn't say we'd be getting a second A Realm Reborn either. That's not what was said. The Japanese to English translation is more so that he wants to treat the next 10 years as like a second rebirth for the game. Not, we're going to get a second of Realm Reborn, which implies destroying the game and rebuilding it from the ground up. Which I think most know would not be a realistic thing. Unfortunately, that entire article is, if I'm recalling correctly, like, that went through like 3 languages worth of translation, and that's not good for anyone trying to interpret it. Like, as much as I want anything remotely close to it to be accurate, it was like, I think it was like a Korean interview that went through Japanese, a Korean to Japanese. It was some like triple language, like, translation that it had to go through to get to the point where we actually saw it as it was. Which isn't great. Unfortunately, not the greatest. I tell people it's more realistic that 14 will remain largely as it does now, as it is now, and that anything subsequent is like, yes, an improvement, but not so fucking insane that it's like, again, a game remade, or it feels like a game remade. Hello, Toya. Happy Valentine's Day. I just don't like to reinforce that thinking, is all it comes down to. I try to keep it more in a realm of reality, or if I'm going to stretch outside of the bounds of what I think is realistic, to state so. I think it's just the more realistic approach. Alright, how long do I have? I have about 20 minutes till the next. 20 minutes? 30 minutes. 30 minutes till the Dawn Trail train. Doesn't look like we're going to be getting much in the way of S ranks today anyway. Yeah, I would sooner expect them to go back into the code and do this and start, like, unwrangling things than start from scratch. I think that's unrealistic. God, I wouldn't even be surprised to see somebody see that and be like, yes, that is what I expect. What does this look like? Ashes of creation? I guess it can't anymore. Nothing can look like ashes of creation except literal ashes. Ivy, is somebody out there? What, girl? Is there a cat out there? Oh, then what are you doing? You just want freedom. I can't give you freedom, Ivy. There's a cinnamon out there somewhere. Too soon? No. No. Not too soon. Taxes of evasion. I've been, dude, I feel like vindicated's not the right word, because I didn't want to be right. I've been telling people for years that I've been calling it scam, but I've been calling it a scam the same way I think Star Citizen is a scam, aka, yes, something's actually being developed, yes, it's playable, but they mostly just want to develop it forever and run the Star Citizen way of doing things. It turned out way worse than I thought, but, you know. To be clear, it's in every way worse than what I was thinking. And I didn't want that. I did not want it to be everything I kept saying it was going to be. Will Ivy be your Valentine? Hey, Ivy. Hey, girl. Where are you? Come here. You want to be chat's Valentine, Ivy? Hey. Do you want to be chat's Valentine? Oh, S rank. Down, Ivy. Valentine's Day will return shortly. Crookbatan on Cactar. There is no hard proof of the Steam release being so they don't have to pay people back. I'm pretty sure that I haven't seen anything come out that confirms there's hard proof that the Steam release would prevent that. I actually think it's a much more simple reason why they released on Steam. It was either that or they were losing the company. We were this entire bit of them losing access and like the board shutting everything. That was just going to happen about a month earlier. I think it was to attempt a last minute injection of money. Yeah, I think it was cash flow related. I don't think it was to avoid. I think anyone who reads a Kickstarter and says if it doesn't release you'll get your money back is, I'm going to put this in the most gentle way I can, fucking stupid. Because it's Kickstarter. It was like Kickstarter already had the reputation that it had. Anyone reading that be like, wow, a risk-free Kickstarter. Why? Why would you read that and go, well, you know what? That's I trust them now. No. And you know what's funny? Remember the multi-level marketing thing that I had mentioned? I'm glad to see people bringing it back up. The original creator program that they had talked about. Because when I bring it up, people were often like, oh, I didn't know they were ever going to do that. And I'm like, yeah, I don't have like the thing in front of me to describe. But no, people went and found it. So I'm glad. I told people that the original creator program for the game was meant to be like an MLM. And then they changed it so that it wouldn't have any real money behind it. So like it was still kind of an MLM, but it was just whatever. Who cares? It was in-game currency. Like nobody gave a shit. But people rediscovered that part of it. Yeah. Well, that I knew. He literally, like, he was an MLM guy prior to that. That I knew as well. Listen, I have a history with Ashes. I had a history of Ashes way before all this happened. There's a reason why I've been an active detractor against it. And everyone on my stream, anyone who frequents my stream knows I've been an active detractor for a very fucking long time. Yeah, we call that the Schools of Chronicles of Illyria, Game Boy. The Chronicles of Illyria School of putting an MMO on Kickstarter. That's what we call that. Very familiar with that school. I've been saying it for years. The game had way too much scope creep. What if they had ever just tried to deliver the first thing they tried to be, they probably would have actually at least released, and that they wouldn't have dug a giant hole for themselves. I have been saying for years that game had way too much scope creep. I kept saying, every time they released it, they did a new live stream, like, oh, we have a new concept. We're implementing this new concept. And then it was like, hey, this concept's replacing our original concept. It's like, stop making concepts. Just make a fucking game. Stop calling everything in your game a concept. I can tell you right now that if you said that in front of the Shark Tank, they would boot you the fuck off. And I'm not even rich and I'm ready to boot you the fuck off. Oh, yeah, no, the people who told you Ashes of Creation was the second coming of Jesus. I mean, to be fair, there's one person in particular who, if you followed the news cycle to Ashes, who was literally the, if you don't think Ashes of Creation is the second coming of Jesus, then you're actually R-word. I don't think anyone who knows the news cycle knows what I'm talking about. That should have been your fucking red flag right there. No. For all the things I do not agree with Asmon on, he has never once told anyone Ashes of Creation was the second coming of Jesus. In fact, I'm pretty sure he pretty actively criticized the parts that he did actually play. Wanted to like it, but didn't. No, what was their name? I'm trying to remember their. I want to make sure I don't misquote, because there's actually a handful of people who were like, "It's the second coming of Jesus." Was it Heels versus Babyface? I think that's who it was. There was, yeah, I think it was them. I think I remember like a giant Diet Coke pyramid involved. Yeah, I know that too. Okay, that might also. I've seen a few of them. Yeah, there was one guy who was big, like, it's the second coming of Jesus. I just remember a really big Diet Coke one. I gotta go find the video. Unless, of course, it is that person and then they deleted it. I think it was Heels versus Babyface that was, like, full on, like, this is gonna be the greatest thing because MMOs are fucking baby games that are for fucking pussies. I don't know, it was something like that. They went off. They went off on it hard. Unfortunately, when it comes to MMO players that have been doing it for way too long, that doesn't narrow it down in any capacity. All I know is when I was watching the news cycle for Ashes of Creation and I was watching YouTube videos of people who were talking about how great it was going to be and how, again, it was the second coming of Jesus, I understood in that moment how people get scammed. They see a bunch of words and some modicum of a promise being kept and they just go all fucking in. But I will say this. It would have been beneficial to have been constantly talking about Ashes of Creation, because at the very least, I could have had some great YouTube video clicks, man. The clicks would have been off the hook. That was what I missed. I could have just printed free money talking shit about the game for years. I just did it on stream instead. As soon as I said it before and I'll say it again, the moment they released a Battle Royale version to, quote, test the gameplay, I knew. That was my biggest red flag. The moment I saw that, I knew. There's no way your MMO that is meant to be this kind of like consistent world that people are competing for constantly in a very, you know, in what is effectively an unbalanced environment. There's no way your MMO's core gameplay is going to benefit from testing in a battle royale. It just isn't gonna happen. Ivy, relax. It just was never going to be the case. Trying to make sure it's new. Well, good news. Number one, legal. The free trial is like 1 billion hours long. I'm not even exaggerating. That's the crazy thing. So you can first try it for yourself like that to see if it's even functionally a game you like. And generally, while no online community is ever going to be free of everyone being a douche nozzle. As long as you communicate, hey, I'm new, you'll have a generally better experience. They didn't have a Battle Royale test. They released a standalone Battle Royale game during the peak of Battle Royale popularity, saying that it was to test their gameplay. And I was like, you're full of shit. You're hoping you Fortnite this, that your Battle Royale catches a lot of people's attention and it takes off. Either to get people into your MMO or to make the Battle Royale, like, realize you can actually monetize the Battle Royale. Like, I'm not a fucking idiot, you know? Like, I can see, you don't just release a Battle Royale in the peak, like, popularity of Battle Royales as some sort of fucking litmus test for your gameplay. It doesn't make any sense. They just wanted to catch the wave. That was all it was. There was no part of that that was meant to be beneficial to the game, other than them making more money. It was never going to be the case. That's the thing. For every criticism Final Fantasy XIV ends up getting, which, by the way, should absolutely criticize, I know how much worse it is everywhere else. That's not a reason to not improve, but it's a reason for me to be a lot more tolerant of the process of improving. Oh yeah, I always forget about the backers being, but that you're not the only person I've seen say that, but I always tend to forget about that part. We've more often seen things get better than get worse. There's rarely a set with individual features. Sometimes there's a sense of complacency, right? Rarely do I ever feel that way about everything as a whole. Unless it's the duty recorder. We don't talk about the duty recorder. It's not a free 30-day trial. Oh, I'm sorry. When you buy the game, you get 30 days free, but that's not the free trial. The free trial is literally just download it and play the the base game and the first 2 expansions. There's literally like an unlimited time free trial. I will say this, though. Your max level is going to be 70 there, which is not even close to having all the skills. It's not that far off for some jobs. Other jobs, it's definitely not close. Do I hear a sausage? Do I hear a sausage? I do hear a sausage. Get in. Speaking of Limsa camping, I'm going to be leaving to go to the Gilgamesh Hunt train in like 10 minutes. I was hoping for a few more S ranks. I honestly, I did a little bit better based on what I was told in terms of what's remaining. Things that are either time gated or really annoying to spawn. It's not too bad. I'll have some time in between the hunt trains and maybe see if something spawns too. Oh, cats. Yeah, I generally just advise people play the free trial more than anything. It's a lot of feeling the game for yourself. I'm going to tell you right now, as a healer, you're going to be doing a lot of damage. I mean, you're just going to be going into the duty finder anyway, which is going to put you up with a bunch of random people. They're not really going to be thinking whether or not you heal. You can't use higher level skills at the lower level content. So everyone's only going to have their low level skills and low level content. They use everything, Zed. There's link shells, there's discords, there's just a straight up website called Full Loop. People use everything now. But I'm gonna tell you this right now. As a healer, you're gonna be doing a lot of damage. The general goal of healing in Final Fantasy XIV is to do as much damage as possible and keep people alive. I maybe cast like less than 10 actual like hard casted heals in a fight, and I just use off globals the entire time. Yeah, the early levels, you got to be a little careful, but you don't even have that many tools to deal damage in the low levels, so as soon as someone gets to, like, missing half their HP, you'll be like, I should probably help now. Certified Glare Mage. We call our healers our green DPS. That sounds exactly like what I would expect from the UK virtual. On brand. That sounds like exactly what everyone in the UK tells me being in the UK is like. What's fun about that? Maybe they really like rain. Wet, wet, wet. Chat, thank you for the 45 months. Welcome back.
Chip Manley just subscribed. Yippee.
Yippee! Whoops. Whoops. Yippee! Hello, Yamato. Yes, welcome back again, Chet. Thank you, thank you. We were hoping to catch some S ranks this morning. I mean, not entirely unsuccessfully, but not a whole lot of them compared to yesterday. We got like 30 done. I got like 30 something yesterday. I'm under 200 to my Tiger at this point. I was 196 to my Tiger earlier. You're showing me the belly, babe. Is there a cat being annoying? Is that it's funny because whenever I see a cat emoji now, I think it's code for these fucking cats, man. Every time I see a cat emoji, I'm trained. Yeah, that's just cat. Literally, in the morning, sometimes, if one of the cats is being really annoying, she'll just text me a picture of a cat, and I'm like, I'm on my way. just the cat emoji as a one-word text. I'm like, I know exactly what that means. Say less. In fact, I don't think you could say less. Cat. Cat, cat, cat. Ivy so desperately wants freedom. Yeah, instead of the bat signal, we have the cat signal. Unironically correct. This home runs on the cat signal. Oh, fucking Cinnamon, dude. Cinnamon woke me up early again this morning. Not that early, though. Actually, he did wake me up at 1. No, I think that was right after I tried to go to sleep. I think I had barely shut my eyes when he yelled to get in the bedroom the first time. It's hard for me to remember because all of the time Cinnamon wakes me up just kind of blend together at this point. Much to my chagrin. Hey, Saucy. What do you want, girl? Saucy's here to say hi. I said hi to her and she just walked over, so I guess that's what she actually wanted. Hey. She's like, stop it. Stop it right meow. They're talking about Jetpack Cat in shout chat. I like that the Overwatch Twitter has literally been nothing but memes of please don't ban Jetpack Cat. Just over and over again. Don't ban Jetpack Cat. Every day I look and it's another meme about please don't ban Jetpack Cat. What an inclusion. And people say Overwatch doesn't give the people what they want. They got a Jetpack Cat. Isn't that what everyone wants? I'm not going to lie. If you gave any of my actual cats a jetpack, I would just crash out. Bacon with a jetpack might be the single scariest. Bacon is already the single scariest thing in the house. If he had a jetpack, it would be bad. I know what to give you next Christmas. No. No, no, no. Man, I want to use the furniture as a climbing gym. Imagine just putting a fucking rock wall in my office. Just so I can climb, literally climb up the walls. I don't think that would be a good idea. I'm not gonna lie. I feel as if that is generally a not good idea. Alright, let me just go to watching Pello. I accept it. Yeah, there's gonna be an A train. Yeah, and then I just play the fucking Howling Blade theme the whole time. And I climb. That would be some extra meta level shit right there. To subsequently just play the fucking Howling Blade theme the whole time. We lock eyes and that's when I realize that I climb. Sorry, Sophie texted me something funny. She found a Valentine's Day, a RuneScape themed Valentine's Day image. And it's of one of the bosses she hates hearing me talk about most. A boss I haven't talked about in months, to be fair. A boss I haven't even gone to kill in months, to be fair. My good old pal, Sarachnis. I need one of that, but it needs to have corrupted Hunlith on it. That's what I need. I need to replace Sarachnis with corrupted Hunlith. Fucking RuneScape, man. What a game. I actually was planning on doing another video about RuneScape sometime in the near future. I have to actually record footage for it because I don't stream it and I don't really record it, so I don't really have too much footage of it in general. Although I suppose I can use a lot of the footage I used from when I streamed it for like 2 or 3 days straight when I first started playing. And I don't think I should stream it a bunch in order to get footage either. Not a great idea. As much as I play more than enough of it for the entirety of class here, it's not the most intelligent idea. The occasional, I just want to chillax part of the day, not terrible. Not a terrible idea. Occasionally throwing an hour or 2 of it on stream isn't the worst. Hello, Bowser. Although I will say, when I do eventually try RuneScape 3, I'll probably stream that at the very least. Same deal for the first, like, several days. Some point this year, that'll happen. I have no doubt in my mind sometime in this year I will have a RuneScape 3 stream. And then maybe sometime in the future I'll do Dragon Wilds. Although that future is like 1 billion years away. Ugh. I'm thirsty. I didn't make coffee today, so my body's a little confused. I was like, I'll just have a little bit of caffeine today. I'm not going to make coffee. It's too much effort for me today. There are times where I contemplate, like, getting in my car in the morning and just going and getting coffee. Then I think about it again and I go, I don't really want to do that. I can do it now, though. That's the beautiful part. I am now capable of doing it. Yeah, that Final Fantasy XIV mobile video is probably going to do pretty well today. I've got some good videos lined up. It's good. It feels kind of good to be back working on stuff a little more consistently. I haven't really been trying to work on videos off stream like at all for the past like several weeks. I've just been kind of taking it easy. Playing a bit of Fire Emblem. God, I forget how long how far am I into our fire? I think my Fire Emblem save is a little skewed. I think it's longer, or the save file says it's longer than it is, like in terms of my total play time. But it's got to be at least like 25 hours. Yeah, I can do that now. I can get in my car and just go someplace. I won't most of the time, but I can. I will drive not very often, but I can. That's the important thing. Do 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 do. Trust me, it's weird for me too. And I'm the one saying it, so you imagine how it makes me feel after all this time. And it doesn't get less weird. That I can also assure you. It doesn't get less weird. Every time I sit in the driver's seat, I'm like, okay. Little weird. This is fine, but it's a little weird. It's a little weird indeed. Yeah, you don't go almost your entire life without really driving, and then suddenly it's just not weird. It's guaranteed to be weird. But it is what it is. It's good that I can do it now. Oh, I needed to... oh, actually, you just reminded me. My passport expires later this year. I have to get it redone. I have to look at how to do that. I definitely would like to have that. Especially given that I just use my passport as my real ID, so... I have to look into that. When does it expire, actually? I think I have it right here. What's the exact day that it expires? November. Alright, I mean, I have till the end of the year, but I'd rather not wait till the end of the year to get my passport done. Yeah, I keep my travel bag right next to me, so... I don't know why, it's just I don't really put it anywhere else. Good for your wife. What, just renew? Alright. Yeah, I figured renewing was probably not going to be too bad. I imagined renewing was going to be a relatively painless experience. Getting it initially wasn't even that bad. Back in 2016. Oh yeah, I've got my video, my top 5 worst Final Fantasy XIV songs to raid to. It's specifically raiding, it's not including trials, but I've got that in the works. Yeah, I'm not really planning on going into another country in the next 6 months, but yes, I'd rather do it sooner rather than later because I hate doing things at the last minute. I'll tell you right now, there are 0 Arcadian tracks in there. I'm sure my comment section will have Absolute Tyranny and Back to the Drawing Board in it, however. All these modern gamers. I have the Pulse version of Honeybee. It's great. B is for beauty, benevolent, and sweet. Beware the sting of your pitiful defeat. Listen, it's full of puns. I love puns. And my chat loves puns too. That's the best part. We can share in this together. Oh, I love exponential entropy. Get off my stage! No, Honeybee. No, I will not get off your stage. It's my stage now. I mean, I could say anything while you're here. I'm just saying it. Yeah, it'll be a fun video. It'll come out sometime next week. It's being sponsored by exitlag, that video, so I have to wait on approval. They're sponsoring a handful of YouTube videos every month too, which I actually kind of like. When I have sponsored videos, it always helps keep me a little bit diligent. Bit more motivated to keep making my ideas happen. And I wrote out a script for one this morning too. Got a lot of prediction style, feedback style, things I like, things I don't like, blah blah blah. And I want to do some more Grand Blue stuff. I'm very excited for Relink, and I wish for everyone on my channel to also be excited for Relink. Do not disappoint me, Endless Ragnarok. I must experience truly endless joy. Good, you should be excited for Grand Blue Fantasy Relink Endless Ragnarok. We never thought that this year would come where Grand Blue Fantasy Relink would get another update. We thought it was done. Thus, my excitement is immeasurable. Why the fuck did I come here? God damn it. I don't like taking the... Oh, it's because of the exit. Where is the exit? It's over here, right? Yeah. Dirigible landing. I always forget this is a thing. Oh, you don't have to do that. You could just do it right from the Aetheryte, I'm pretty sure. I never come this way, so it's always confusing to me when we do that. I'm much bigger fan of just going to Ixbrack and then teleporting. I mean, just teleporting there and flying over. I never like doing zone changes. I mean, I made it. That's all that matters, I suppose. It only matters if absolutely everyone does it. And almost nobody does it. So it seems like it's so much extra effort just to be there 5 seconds ahead of all the people that you're waiting there to get there anyway. Oh, we're actually not teleporting? Okay. I figured for certain that was going to be a Mamuk angle, but... it's also not very far. It's a cool flex. Is it? I don't think it is. I'm gonna say I don't think it is. It's making me click a whole bunch of extra stuff just to be there at the exact same speed as everyone else, or for it to die at the exact same time, I should say. It's like, how did they get here so fast? I don't know, but it's still fucking alive, so who cares? If it doesn't actually increase my efficiency, I am not excited about it. I only like going fast if I'm going somewhere fast. Go nowhere fast in this point. At this point. Hello, Ida. Good morning. Dude, it's been so cold in our house as of late. I've been so congested because of the cold. I don't like it. I don't like it. I got in the shower this morning and it was just warm. I was just like, oh, I'm going to stay in here forever. That's both the best and worst part about a hot shower on a cold morning. Getting in, best part. Getting out, worst part. Oh, I just want to finish every relic, please. Give me all the relics. At least I'm over a third done. I'll take that as a nice bare minimum. And now I'm feeling hungry. Why is my body such a confused bit of emotion? I guess I did eat breakfast like 4 hours ago already. It was a muffin. Should have had some magic spoon. That's what I should have done. Yeah, I don't do anything in this game naturally that actually gives tombstones, so I will never obtain them naturally. It has to be a concentrated effort or it's not fucking happening. Or at least not at a pace that I find acceptable. Wall? It's wall time. Like, I never log in and decide to do my roulettes. And I don't log in to do trains unless I'm farming tomes for the relic. Like, I have no reason to do trains. Unless I'm specifically farming tomes, which pretty much exactly what I'm doing right now. I mean, that's fine. I just... True, but also, in my particular case, it just wouldn't impact me getting relics over time. Because I pretty much just raid log, or I focus on, like, specific objectives. Things that I want to accomplish on my account. So for my particular case, if I don't focus down relics, I won't get them. Please give you reasons not to. It's Final Fantasy XI. Have I helped? There's nothing waiting for you there. Except for farming a ton of an item you don't need because you barely even wanted to play in the first place. Like, I'm gonna go make a mythic, so I can do what? Log out. I will say that if you are unfinished with the stories, that's a good enough reason to play. If you aren't done with the story stuff. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, hello, Midgardsormers Minhakao. I probably can't make it to that. Although I could just leave this cat's eye. Like, I could honestly, if I just teleport away from this cat's eye, I'll probably make it. In all honesty, like after it's done. Grrr. Yeah, I'll just leave one mark early and try to go to Midgardsormer. Might still be up. I'm gonna try. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? Oh. Thought I was going to Limsa. My bad. And then it is the southernmost teleport. Camp Blue Fog. Yeah, I'm a bit beyond really wanting to play 11. So you won't find me trying to convince you. Unless you haven't done the story before, in which case I think that's good enough reason. But it still has to be something you actually, like, want to do. I wouldn't force myself through it. It's not like, oh, it's not that worth it. I actually maybe could have finished the train and gotten here. It's possible, but I'm kind of glad I didn't try. No, that doesn't help. I don't gain new appreciation for 14. I just realize that I shouldn't be playing Final Fantasy 11, and I stop, and then I'm in the exact same spot I was before. Next one. There's only 2 of the bosses I feel confident in. And that's the Promethean bosses. Promethean boss, Vazal triple boss, and Promethea. Promethea is the only one I'm even 100% like certain of. Unfortunately, unless they dig into Ot Ergon, they are they're not out of bosses to pick from, but there's out of easy to predict bosses, it feels like. Yeah, I had guesses for Altana showing up as a boss just because I thought that'd be kind of cool, but I'm not going to lock that in. Yeah. Alright, now we wait for another train. There's the goal. Alright, so now we have a little bit of time before the ferry train, which I'm absolutely going to. Not too much time, just like 10 minutes until it like starts. I'll wait here, but actually I guess I can go to ferry now. I'll wait on ferry to see if any S ranks appear. No, the last boss is going to be Promethea. Or Altana, if you're still subscribing to that potential theory, which, again, I did say that at some point, that I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Our good old pal Promethea. The Dusk God. One of the 2 actual gods of the world. You know how they say we defeated God? No, that's actually God right there. Yeah, I would suspect Promethea would be. I mean, if he's boss 3, Altana's boss 4. But he is most likely boss 4. Altana's only ever even been seen in Final Fantasy XI once, and it wasn't until 2016. I don't think they're going to go for that route. Train announcements. Wait. Oh, that is the ferry train. Oh, yeah, it's the ferry train. I saw it was called the Teary train, and I was like, what is that? Where is this? She's part of Rhapsodies. You see her for like 5 seconds in Rhapsodies of Vana'diel. Oh, the Garlock on Genova. I'm going to go do that first. I don't think you're going to see Absolute Virtue. We already have Absolute Virtue in the game. I don't think they're going to pull him back again. They can't do a better version of Absolute. Like, it would just be a worse version of Absolute Virtue. Did I stop streaming on YouTube Shorts? What? On YouTube Shorts? I think I only ever tried that like once. I am going to set it up for vertical again because might as well, right? But it's kind of a pain. I'm not even 100% sure I understand that. I'm assuming you just mean vertical format. Which I haven't done that in quite some time. Although I am going to again. I still have to get it set up. I have to, like... I gotta figure out what service I want to use for, streaming on dual format on Twitch, because I need dual format on Twitch, dual format on YouTube, and X. I've released a YouTube short on Monster Hunter. Maybe I did it one time when Wilds first came out, which is like a year ago at this point. Because it sucked. Oh, actually, there is a good reason why. Originally, they fixed this recently, which is the only reason why I might want to do vertical again. It was 2 separate chats because it was considered 2 different streams. That's why I stopped streaming on dual format on YouTube. Because that's stupid. Like, why would they not just combine them and then give you the choice of which one to want? To, like, which one to watch. That was why. Good morning, Ao. Yeah, it was literally like 2 separate streams, so I did it like twice and then said, this is dumb, and then I never did it again. Which also then floods people's subscription boxes even more. So if someone's watching you, it was counting as 2 separate things, which meant they got 2 separate sub notifications plus whatever videos I was posting. Yeah, it's no bueno. Definitely not good to be subscribed to someone and then to see that and just be like, dude, stop spamming me. Hello, the Garlock. No, you can. You can use a custom OBS overlay. You just have to set it up in its own box. Alright, now I can go to the ferry train in peace. I thought I left. Managed to get a hunt train and this. I'll take it. No, wrong teleport. No, wrong teleport again. Keep clicking too fast. Hello, fellow hunters. Guys, I need a party. Yeah, no problem. Ah, yes. Always. I always can expect the varmint party. And it's not lost on me. I just use the Ether Hunts Discord. That is all for me. I don't bother with Centurio because I really don't want to travel to the other data centers. It'd probably be a good idea for me to do it, especially for S ranks. Especially for S ranks. This makes me excited for Criterion again. Yeah, it's a little... listen, I really should, because I would actually get a lot more of my S rank achievements done if I did all that, but I don't want to. Quite frankly, I just don't want to. It really comes down to nothing more than that. Well, no. What you do is you look. You don't actually leave to go to the S rank mark. That's not what you do. You basically look at what is open on each data center, and if one data center is kind of like dead, there's not a lot of good S ranks. You go to the other one, and then you hop around once you're there. No. Yeah, you would never try to do that. What you just suggested. That would be ridiculous. Negative. Fair assumption that that's what I was referring to, but no. You can bring Kugane fried chocobos on this train. Okay, I'm glad I'm allowed to bring food on this train, but what about my chocobo? Thank you, Tyria. Very ecstatic train conductor. Ah. Yeah, you can't on NA. Maybe, well, here's the thing. Anything Ether adjacent, you're either there within a minute or good luck. You can't make any promises after that, especially once you get like midday. Primal Dynamis, maybe there's some chance, but honestly, no. If you're logging out to data center travel, ain't no fucking way. Even on the more patient servers, I wouldn't expect that in NA. It will always go faster than you expect it to. It's a safe enough expectation. Cliff Gaming. Oh, is that the new wall? Cliff! Cliff! That's the new thing, right? We gotta just yell Cliff. Oh my god, where are you going? He's getting pulled off into Narnia. I don't know, Wall is pretty up there. Wall is pretty beloved. Wall, and honestly, Cave Rave is the OG anyway. More than anything else. Cave Rave is always going to be my OG. We didn't really have a meme like that for Stormblood. We didn't really have trains in the same manner back then. They were a lot different. So we didn't have, like, landmarks that people, you know, knew and loved nearly as much. Everybody loves a good cave rave. I'm sure if people were more... Like, again, if trains were more of a thing back then, it probably would have... We probably would have had something, but they really weren't. People just called A ranks out as they found them, pretty much. And you were either ready to go, or you just didn't get it. Very different environment for hunting. Yeah. If anything, you just wanted people to survive in those cases. And nothing else. Like, live, damn it. Early Shadowbringers was a lot like that, too. It was really, like, mid-Shadowbringers where trains actually began to take off. What we used to do before is, like, somebody would be like, hey, you want to go check to see what A ranks are up? And then you'd make a party, and then someone in your party would shout everything to the rest of the server. Or like shout it in a Discord or a link shell or something. You basically made impromptu trains if you felt like hunting. Wasn't a, you know, conductor scout whole thing. You would basically just go to every zone and be like, all right, let's look in all the spots. Do we see them? No? All right, next spot. Very, very different environment. Now I get to just fucking chillax the entire train. Just be along for the ride. And I like that. It lets me just chill. Oh, I missed the Garlock on Siren. I just noticed. It's not like I wouldn't have left this train. At this point, it's the number of S ranks is too low for me to really think too much about it today. It's all very organized. We also couldn't travel to other data centers back when we were doing the impromptu trains. There wasn't really, and there was no shits to give about what the other servers were doing in any capacity. Much more structured. I still love every time I get on this mount. Honestly, I don't think it's even going to be faster to go to Mammoth from where I am. Well, it will be, but only slightly. Someone's like, I didn't log out into the Shadowbringers login menu. Why is the song playing? When I got this mount in Shadowbringers, it was great. I was like, God damn it. I was like, why did I get logged out? Yeah, for the last several expansions, for Shadowbringers Endwalker in particular, they use the login music. So when I get on Endwalker Bahamut also. People have the same reaction. I mean, that is just... It's not really that random when you think about it, but I understand people's assessment of it being random. It definitely wasn't what I expected, but it makes sense in a way I didn't think it had to make sense. That's probably how I would put it. That's right. We have dog. Always good to get dog. I don't need an alternate reality. One reality is enough. I don't need to even imagine two. That's too much work. Still waiting on the blue triple triad card mount. Hello, Magnus. Still love this theme after all these years. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised, Louis. You say that, and I'm just like, yeah, that could happen. That's my only thought about it. Like, yep, that could happen. No reason to think it couldn't. What if it's an actual rose of May? Just ride on a giant rose of May. Yeah, I'll be curious, since I don't know what they would have gotten feedback-wise for Final Fantasy IV Bahamut holding a couch. Yeah, Sphearn. Sphearn. I gotta add some more mounts to my roulette at some point. Oh, an S rank. Minhakao on Siren. I might just go to that. I'm gonna skip the last A rank here, and I'm gonna see if I can make. Well, I'm sorry. I'm gonna skip the last 2 A ranks. Again, nothing ventured, nothing gained. If anything, no, I should actually just go now. I care more about getting S ranks towards my Centurio Tiger than anything else at the moment. If I only have a few hunts left in a train, it's just not worth trying to finish the train. Minhakao, it's Blue Fog. All right. There we go. Yeah, I wouldn't have made it. They just called the pull time, and it'll honestly probably get pulled before that. So, good decision. Good decision. Adamantoise train's not for another half hour. Also, after this. That cutthroat S rank game. Yeah, now I can't help but think it's just going to be a Final Fantasy IX reference. Now you said that, I'm just like thinking of Final Fantasy IX references that we haven't seen yet. It's just a giant Vivi's hat. It's Medine. I'm sorry, did you just say, wow? Nah, you'd have to ride the entirety of a Black Waltz. Just just sit on his fucking head. This would be acceptable. Just got your legs wrapped over his shoulders and have him fly you around. Good old Black Waltz 3. Surf on him like the hoverboard. Yeah, sure, we go with that too. Creative thinking. I accept that. Phantom music is very good. Of that, you are not incorrect. Do 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 do. And now we play the waiting game again. So hi. Hello. I feel so tired. Dude, I really don't know how well I'm sleeping. It's really hard to tell. I've been feeling like every other day I'm like beat. Which means I feel like I sleep poorly one night and then that tiredness like makes me sleep incredible the next night. Between the cold and the cats, my body is like, please. Alright, I need to check something real quick. Just give me 1 second. Hopefully no S rank spawn. The lo-fi trap for Oblivion. Oh! Wait, Oblivion HQ. Oh, yeah. I was trying to think of it for a second. I was like, what track is that? Yeah, the Tantalus theme, yeah. Alright, I will be right back. Saucy's like stretching out over here. Oh. Having a grand old time. Oh. What the hell? New audio device detected. What? Oh, my camera went out. That's what happened. Camera. I must have like kicked it on the way out. There we go. Just a black box in the bottom left. All right. Oh, I grabbed a snack. I was dying. I'll be honest. I was dying. I just need a quick snack. And I've got some magic spoon, so you know. That is the stuff. Love working with these guys. This is how I normally eat cereal too. I don't normally like eat cereal like cereal. I eat it like it's a bag of chips. I just like bring the box or bag to my like desk. I just do this. The main reason, not gonna lie, I don't like buying milk. Just outright. I just don't opt into milk whenever I can avoid it. So I don't want to just buy milk because I have cereal. I'm going to finish one or the other first. And I don't want leftover milk because I don't want to drink the milk. I just don't like milk. I feel like the way people talk about the hot dog bun situation, that's how I feel about milk. I always have just either barely enough milk to do what I want, or like I have just under the amount that I need, or I have too much. And I don't want to buy milk for like one use case. And so instead, I just almost never buy it to begin with. People who can just drink milk, I can't get it. I'll never understand it. I'll never understand people who can just straight up drink milk. Like, yeah, you know what? I'm thirsty. You know what? I'm going to have a glass of milk. I can't fathom that. There are a lot of things that I would choose to drink when I'm thirsty. Water, actually, being a pretty premier one. Water's definitely up there. What about buttermilk? I don't think you're supposed to drink buttermilk. Oh yeah, she was just like laying down sleeping. Watermelon flavored Red Bulls, also probably not a premier option. Definitely also not. No. Water's great. H2O. Gatorade. Gatorade. Yeah, the other part of the Red Bull is the heart attack, though. Gotta die of something. I'd prefer to not be of Red Bull. I just think about, if I'm gonna die, I want my epitaph to be like something I won't regret. I don't want like an Elvis epitaph, you know? I have expectations of dead me. Died of cringe. That wouldn't even be the worst thing I think I could see on there. These are the last wings he'll ever have. There is a Red Bull commercial where a guy just dies and it just flies off. I'm pretty certain. Sounds like a thing. I remember the Skittles commercials where that kid has Skittles pox and the girl's just eating the Skittles off of his face. Didn't like that. Didn't like that at all. I'll be completely honest. That sounds appetizing. Yeah, if you like eating people. Yeah, I have hot bean water, but I also drink water and then some form of juice normally, and then maybe a Diet Coke. I make sure I get a mix of hydration methods. I get something that's indulgent to the body, something that's indulgent to the mind, and something that's indulgent to my survival. That's the trio of liquids per day that everyone should aim for. Indulgent to the mind, indulgent to the body, and indulgent to survival. The holy trinity of liquids. It's hot bean water. Well, that's what I call it. Because that's all it is. It's just bean water. It doesn't even have to be hot bean water. I'd prefer it to be hot. It could be cold bean water. Iced bean water, even. Yeah, or as we say in the Northeast, hot bean water. Not wade. Water. My fellow Northeasterners, we shall have our water. Who the fuck says water? Is it water or is it juice? That's up to you. The way it's made, I would accept. Technically, you don't squeeze the beans, you grind the beans. But I do like calling it my bean juice sometimes. So you know what? Let's just say that depending on the day, we have different standards of the definition. To be fair and unfair on any given day. Adamantoise in 18 minutes. Can I get another S rank? I've actually managed to get a number of S ranks today, a little surprisingly. Is that the guy who said definition of water is fish must swim in it? Don't think so? Okay, because I remember that one too. Anyone saying water is bad for you is actually the smartest person on the planet, because they know full well how stupid enough people are to hear that and maybe actually agree and then get clicks that way. Or the people who don't agree will also get clicks. So they're far smarter than they're letting you know. They know full well that you'll think they're stupid. And you'll really get mad and you'll click. And you'll need to get involved in viewing it. Oh, those are always great. Unfortunately, not a shortage of those. I had somebody come in here the other day and ask me how much my 3070 was, which I don't even have a 3070. I think I had a 3070 a while ago. And I think it's still in the like PC specs under the stream. And they were like, oh, you know, you could crypto mine $210 of crypto a day with a 37-day. And I'm just like, first of all, don't fucking care. Get this garbage out of my chat. And B, you're full of shit. Nobody's making $210 a day mining crypto. Unless you have like a billion supercomputers doing it. You mine like fucking 8 cents a day on crypto, if you're lucky. You can mine $2 now. I'm also not gonna lie, the entire concept of mining crypto is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard of. Effectively, you're telling me that I'm just fabricating something out of nothing. It's not like there's an actual fucking mine out there. People are like... I'm just generating imaginary cash at an arbitrary rate. People yearn for the mines. 200 rubles. You will earn 200 rubles per day. It's called the MLM, Louis. I think that was the joke. Or, you know, pyramid scheme. Mm-hmm. Being paid to use your computing power to facilitate transactions. Which is still, effectively, money made out of nothing. Pyramidal financing. Alright, fair, true. True. Could trickle down. Trickle down economics is almost effectively in its own way that just starts at the top. Or at least the idea of it is supposed to start at the top. That's why people are so attracted to it. They're like, of course, that makes complete sense. Also, no, it doesn't. Good morning, Veiltis. The S-Rank train has not been as kind today. Not nearly as many on Ether. A few, but I've just been catching A-Rank trains. I gotta head over to Turtle soon. I just head over to Turtle now. If I see an S-Rank pop up, then I'll just hop around real quick. Under 200 S ranks to my Tiger. Yes, happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Ivy was going to be Chat's Valentine and then an S rank spawn, so I put her aside. Now she's asleep. Where'd Sausage go? Sausage must have gone under the bed. Oh, she's right here at the back of my chair. I don't like that. Saucy, there's no reason for you to be in that exact spot. Hello, BB. Saucy, move. I don't want you to sit right there. I don't like that. If I ever just decide to roll my chair back because I've forgotten, then she's going to be furious. And I'm going to feel incredibly bad. Sometimes cats just pick dangerous locations for their bodies. And I'm like, can you just not do that? Knowing full well that the way I've lived my life for however long. Yes, every holiday that involves candy is clearance candy. Dude, November 1st, crazy good candy day. February 15th, also. If you want to get a giant chocolate rabbit, February 15th is the perfect day. I love giant chocolate rabbits. That's in April. You're right. Why am I thinking about that? You get giant chocolate hearts. They sell like giant. They sell them similarly, where it's just one giant chocolate heart. No, you get the rabbits in April. Yeah. Or, well, I hate to say it, but the day after Valentine's Day, they start putting the rabbits up in some places. For some reason, Easter gets the Christmas treatment where I grew up. In February, they're already fucking stocking the goddamn bunnies. It's like, why? It's not... It's Easter. Yeah, you might even see it before Valentine's Day's even ended. Yeah, when's Hallmark gonna make enough? They just need to make... There's guys who gotta make up more holidays. Guys, hurry up. Gotta make up more holidays. Get to it. Chop, chop. Alright, Turtle's gonna be called. Let's just do this. Add... What the hell? I can live with less Hallmark holidays, in all honesty. I can live with less of that. I'm okay with less. Sometimes less is more. How can you appreciate what you do have if you don't stop having everything? Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good on Hallmark holidays. There's already too many holidays for me to remember as is, and I'm not good at remembering things. That's why I write most things down, or I put it in my calendar. For example, earlier I talked about how I need to take care of renewing my, there it is. Renewing my, what's it called, my passport. So, task, renew passport. Repeats every week at this time. There we go. Maybe I'll just remember to do it today. I won't. But I could, but I won't. I've got so many reminders in my calendar right now. Some of them I don't need because I've already done them. Should really get rid of them. No, we don't need any more holidays. Enough holidays. That's enough slices! I love this mount. It feels weird knowing I have every single piece of loot from Chaotic. I was just like, I gotta get this done so fast, please. Alright, that's it. We banned that guy. Yeah. Well, I sold the hair, I think. I bought one hair to sell it, but I bought every item once. Oh. Yeah, no luck here. Just honest effort. The days is the one I would have kept the days and sold the cloud personally, because the days is the best one. No, I mean, there's still just discords that do it. It's not that bad. There's just discords that run it. No, he means he's thinking about not doing it. Source, me. I gotta bring that up in my Fizz range prediction video I'm working on. Probably record that today. I gotta post a video for the Valentine's Day event. Just a quick review of the event itself. I'm gonna ban all of chat. I'm gonna ban all of you. You will all be sentenced to oblivion. It sure is. Sometime in the next several months. We'll know for sure probably in April. The part 2 live letter. We'll see. Maybe we have a part 1 live letter before then. What did chat do this? What did chat not do? I mean, 7.5 being a good patch, one way or the other, sure, but it's so many things. It's too many things. Yeah, I did the holiday duty yesterday. 150 chocolates for a full run. That was way more chocolates than I needed. I mean, we don't even know if the housing update's happening in that patch, but still. Must have run into a big technical problem with the TARDIS housing. Solo world first 5 cakes. I don't think it's mathematically possible to solo 5 cakes. Having experienced the instance myself. You could go for a PB at best. Maybe some J on top of it. I could go for some PB and J. I think our J is expired. We have jelly in the fridge. Pretty sure it's not to be used. 5 cakes is a lot. Amateur. No. It will not be separate. All they're going to do for North Horn is they're going to make it so the instance does the normal raid in just any normal instance, but if you reserve an instance, then it'll be the harder version. That's all they're going to do. They already have the system in place to do it now, so that's all they're just going to have to do. They'll just do the same instance reservations that they do now. No reason to really do it any other way. You already have the technology. We don't get in from the Phantom Village. You do what you do now. You zone into the North Horn. You're just, with a full party, you zone into the North Horn, and that causes it to be the Savage version of the instance. It's not going to be its own instance, like a separate thing. It's just going to be the North Horn, but the reserved North Horn. They already do that now for the South Horn, so it's just that there's only one difficulty. And then after they zone in, then the instance will probably open up like it does now. There'll also probably only be one Savage per instance. So if the instance stays open, it'll probably revert to being the normal mode version. Yeah, they already have the system in place to do it. So there's really, I don't know. I don't see a reason why they should make any sort of different technology for it. That's my assessment. Please look forward to it. Yeah, 7.5 has too many things. There really shouldn't be as many things in 7.5 as there are. Not to mention whatever Mr. Ozma said he was working on that he said is people haven't seen before, which was supposed to be in 7.5. Far too loaded. I don't think that's would have been a problem. That's still no reason to have a lot of stuff ultra back-ended on the expansion. Well, the expansion cycles have been the same for what will be the third expansion in a row now. It's been the same cycle for 2 now, and it'll go on to being the same for 3. Yeah, bigger problem that the start of the expansion is where you really need there to be more things, not at the back end. No, they're 2.5 years. Basically 2.5 years apart. I mean, I guess if you want to put apples to oranges, it might be like a week longer. But it went from summer to it went from winter to summer, and it'll probably go back, and it'll go back to being winter again. They were both basically just over 2.5 years. Just swap 2 seasons and you're pretty much good. XX spec setting. I don't think there's any. I think anyone who's confident is full of themselves. There's literally no. It's not a prediction. There's no context. There's like the whole winter thing is all anyone's going off of, and it's like that's not a hint. That doesn't tell us anything. A winter has nothing to do necessarily with winter, an actual winter. There are no clues. Like, you just pick something that Emmett said and you go, I don't know, I guess that. There's no indication of context anywhere. You always get some motherfuckers like, well, obviously. It's like, no, there's no obviously. There's literally no context. Mistake. 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 Alright, well, too bad. We're going. They didn't mean to call this one yet. My steak. I want my steak. Give me my meat. Give me my meat. Might as well finish up here before we go back to the previous one then. My meat! My meat! Man, now I want meat. Look what you did, chat. How could you do this to me? How could you do this to meat? Saucy, you look so plump laying there on the floor. I got him. Shout Chat was like, I'm happy, you're happy. And I said, no, I'm happy. I got him. Shout Chat's not safe. I didn't say anything about eating sausage. Although with the namesake, it's not great. Now for the second one in Kusama Uka. Mr. Happy, even. I love this mount. I love my Tia. I want the other Tia though. I don't think she wants to be pet right now. She's looking like she just wants to be laid out and sleep. That's all she wants. She just wants to be able to enjoy herself. That's what most of my cats want, except for Cinnamon, who wants to be constantly pampered the entire time. Good morning, hero. Home. Riding home. Sorry, I had to do it. Listen, that should be everyone's natural reaction upon hearing this song. That's all I'm saying. Thought I heard a cat. Might have just heard one of them snoring. They do that. my back is fucked too. I must have slept like shit last night. It's not very bueno, if I may say so myself. It was so cold. It was so very cold. All I want for Valentine's Day is a capybara reskin mount that has yuzu on top of its head. It's a very specific ask. I feel like it's a pretty steep ask. It's like, all I want is this incredibly specific thing for this one day. Okay. We'll see about that. I want pizza. That's what I want. I want an Esquier mount. Does it wee or does it woo? That's the only important question. Oh. It wee woos? Damn. That's crazy. Wee or woo, it's going to wee and woo you. Y'all are so greedy, wanting both the wee and the woo. Most people would be pleased with just one or the other. Chat so selfish, so greedy, wants both. No wall, man. Love the song. Hate the memory of it. At least no S ranks have spawned the whole time. If you gave it rocks, it probably would. That's my favorite rock. Thank you, Esquier. Aw, saucy. She just turned onto her side to get extra comfy. Da 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 da. That could be your opinion. I definitely won't share that one. The train will now vibe at this location. Please enjoy your vibes. Thought it was fine. A little too repeaty for my taste. Repeaty graffiti. It's basically two mechanics that repeat with one thing in between and then a soft and rage at the end. More of a, I guess it would be just more of a gut check. Not really what I just said. I do think Arcadian is the best raid tier. Overall, across the entire expansion at the very least. There's no individually best Arcadian. To me, at least. They tend to understand more. It's got a very particular vibe. That one tracks. Yeah, people tend to hate whatever filtered them. Or whatever just wasn't fun. If nothing filtered you, then just whatever you didn't find fun. Question is where that line is actually drawn. Thank you for train. Should be another train soon-ish. No, I don't want to go to Potine Icos. I'm good. Yeah, there you go. See? I'm sure you're far from the only one who feels that way. Still loving the fight. It's just a matter of how long you can hold out, or if you'll hold out the entire time. Here's the thing. I always tell people this. Don't go into the PF expecting to clear every time. Go into the PF with the hope of clearing. But the expectation that you'll just have some stories when you leave. It's nice to walk out with a few stories here and there. What, you don't like weapon memes? Weapon memes are so funny. Listen, I'm 200 attempts into my corrupted gauntlet. You just have to adopt my same way of thinking in that I don't expect any individual run to be the one that gets me out of there, but I know that any single one can be. That's not true. I find that most people who strictly blame all their parties are often just ignoring the parts where they've made mistakes. I often find when someone instantly goes to, damn, these parties just aren't good enough to clear. I'm like, I don't know, it's strange. I know a lot of people who PF and they get through it just fine. And I've never once heard them blame their parties. And they get through it consistently, and I don't think they're getting through it consistently. I don't think they're just consistently getting lucky every single time. Personally. Yeah, that is true. In every failing party finder group, you are the only common denominator. It's another way of thinking about it. All that should really mean is that you have to do your best because you need to eliminate 1/8 of the chances of you eating shit. That's it. You got to at least make sure 1/8 of the problem is, well, not a fucking problem. That's all you can control, so that's all you can do, realistically. You worry about the things that you can affect, and try not to worry about the things you can't affect. It's like Mahjong? I wouldn't know. Yeah, out of 8 people, if you fuck up 1/8 of the time, then you have, I'm not going to say equal proportional responsibility to everyone else, but it certainly isn't ruling in your favor. You definitely don't want to be the problem 1/8 the time in a group of 8 people. That math does not work in your favor. Yeah, there's a reason why some people so very consistently are able to successfully PF entire tiers and re-clear every week. I promise you it's not just because they're getting lucky on who they get in their parties. Not that that's not a factor at all, but it's certain that you certainly don't consistently do something on luck alone, unless you're Domino. Saucy, what are you doing? Coming over here? Hey, girl. To play perfectly and still lose is what Mahjong is all about. Well, you know what? It's a good motto. Sometimes you just do everything you can do, and the dice will fall where they fall. It is what it is, and there's nothing you can do. You just can't be in control all the time. Sarg. This is a triple train, but I don't think I'm going to do all that. I mean, I would just expect shorter streams at any point. Not even particularly next week. They could just happen on any given day. February 20th, I probably won't be live at all. Or if I am, it won't be until very late in the day because we have some, we have like a final walkthrough to do that day. Is it better to clear a static PF? There is no better. Clearing. You cleared. That's all that matters. Saucy, why do you keep just rolling up next to my chair? Stop. Ugh. How's S rank achievement? I mean, my Tiger, I have less than 200 to go. Unfortunately, there haven't been many S ranks today, so I've just opted to catching A ranks for my relics. Yeah, but we love the horror stories. It's great content. 6 friends plus 2 fills. Damn, who would ever have 2 fills in one group? I don't even know a single fill in life. Not anymore, at least. Listen, for any story to happen, somebody needs to be there. You just have to respect the people who are within said story. Especially when it comes to something as menial as checks notes, party finder. Light party? Oh no. I love this part. Mark count at time of scouting. Your conductor for this train will be Hexenblut. Your scout for this train will be Hexenblut. We will be running a full-speed bullet train. DPS and chocobos are welcome. Sorry, I'm just reading the disclaimer, the security message on this plane. You might be thinking, but it's a train. And to that I say, then why do we fly? The in-flight movie? I know what the in-flight movie is for me. Wait a minute. What fucking year is this that they only tell you one movie? We're so beyond that being how it's done. You get a list of 1 billion movies that you never went to see in theaters or ever thought about watching at home, but now you're gonna watch it. Like Central Intelligence with Kevin Hart and The Rock, which is pretty funny, I must admit, but I've only watched it because I watched it on a plane. Was not gonna see it otherwise. In fact, that goes for pretty much every movie that involves Kevin Hart and The Rock. Those are all plane movies to me. Jumanji, saw it on a plane. 3 minutes until departure. Planes only don't have those fancy touchscreens. Listen, if I'm getting on a plane that doesn't have fancy touchscreens, I'm getting off the plane. I ain't got time for all that. Bring my own entertainment? No. Oh, God. Yeah, my back is stiff. Gotta get... Oh, good stretching. Maybe take a walk after stream or something. I have something I need to do around 3.
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos?
Chaos? Chaos?
Nar just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime
Prime.
sub. I love Prime. Thank you for remembering to use yours. I love when people go, man, that's right. I do get 1 free Prime sub with my Amazon Prime membership every month. Let me use that right now. Hey, that's a good game, ba. That's a good game.
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos.
Chaos? Chaos?
Chaos. Chaos.
Diamond Blade 17 just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub, Diamond Blade. It worked. Will it work again? Mount up, hunters. We're going 10 feet that way. Thank you for the Prime resub. I love Prime. I must collect all the Prime. I mean, that was probably the conductor themselves who did that. Granted, when one's really close, sometimes people just see it anyway. Saucy, I need you to move. I need to move my chair in. Girl, please. My chair is so far back from my desk. Let me just roll it forward. My lower back is uncomfy, sausage. Look, it's Queen Bee Hawk. Or Bee Queen Hawk. No, if she does whatever she wants, she's gonna get run over. Stop sitting so close to my chair. I need to move sometime. Riding home. Damn, I haven't heard this so much, and then today I've heard it a dozen times. Good thing I decided to do the A ranks today, because, man, those S ranks, very few of them. There hasn't been one in the last 2 trains. I mean, you can change your title screen if you want it back. It doesn't have to be in the past. Could be in your present. The past is history. The future is a mystery. But now is a gift. That is why they call it the present. I love pulling out Kung Fu Panda quotes. Listen, it's a great quote. Take it back to the store? In a theory, yeah, you could. Yeah, Berserk's great, man. Yeah, it sounds about par for the course, Q. As a cat owner, yep. That sounds about what I would expect. To Yaktel we go. Please don't take me to the thing and then make me go out. Just take me to Ixbrack. Yay. I hate going the other way. Granted, I should just teleport to Ixbrack and not have to even think about whether the person's going to do it or not. That would be the responsible thing to do. Oh my god, dude, my lower back is so uncomfortable. I'm gonna have to stretch it out later. Oh. Oh, it definitely feels like I slept on it. Not right. Like I slept like twisted or something. Which I do tend to do sometimes. RLL safe. Man, people still shout out where's safe? Thought everyone just goes tank and then pretends like the mechanic doesn't exist. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I'll make it all the way to my usual end time today. I'm feeling worn. Good morning, Shadowy. I still need... What's the number? 20,000? Less than like 19,000 now, but... I haven't really been trying super hard because I've just been working on the Centurio Tiger, but there haven't been any S ranks today, so I figured I might as well. Well, there's been a few, but there haven't been very many. I guess, thanks. It's not like it's going to take me very long, or it's not like it's very hard. It's just a lot of hunting. No, I don't have that. That was in California. I was not going to ship that thing across the fucking U.S. No shot in hell I was going to ship a Secret Labs chair across the U.S. It's a good chair. I enjoyed it. They sure are, kid. They're all on this one. So that way they don't clutter up everyone's box on the main channel who doesn't actually want to see it. I mean, I'm sitting in a Herman Miller. I'm good. I had a Herman Miller when I had that chair, so I didn't really need that chair either, but it was a cool Final Fantasy themed chair. So of course I was going to say yes. And I used it, even though I had the Herman Miller, so... Final Fantasy one was comfy, though. For its price especially. Ivy. I see you making your way over here, Ivy. The standing desk is the easy... Oh my god, sausage. That's what I mean. I moved slightly. It just happened. Her fur was just slightly underneath one of the wheels. Which wheel was it, girl? I'm sorry. I caught some of your fur. Yeah, I would say committing to the standing desk is one thing. Committing to the walking pad is a different thing. I feel like it starts off as a good idea. You use it occasionally, but I've always found it hard to get myself to keep using it. As opposed to just walking, generally. Yeah, I was moving over to make room for Ivy, and sure enough, Saucy was just sitting next to my chair, and some of her fur got caught, as I thought would happen. This is what happens when you have too many cats. Each one has their own plan, and none of them align with yours. Where are you going, Ivy? Saucy, stop sitting next to the chair! Move! How have you not learned your lesson? Oh, wow. I'm actually shocked that didn't hit me. Cats, nothing but problems, man. They always got something to say. Alright, good. She's finally just sitting the fuck down over there. Wall? No, someone's gonna teleport. Yep. Skip the wall. I mean, I knew it would. It's like when you tell a child, hey, don't do that, you'll get hurt. And then they're like, no, I know what I'm doing. And then they get fucking hurt and they go, look what happened. I'll be like, yeah, you fucking idiot. Me as a father tells my child not to do something because they'll get hurt. Kid does it anyway and gets hurt. Me, you fucking idiot. Listen, they didn't have pity on themselves. I don't have to have pity on them for them. They need to understand the world is one giant set of making decisions that fuck you in the ass. And this was one of theirs. How will they learn to live otherwise? Alright, Ivy, where did you go? I want to make sure you're not doing the same thing. There we go. I'm going to also lower my desk a little bit more. I mean, I posted an entire video about Final Fantasy XIV Mobile today. In fact, they may even be referencing my video in that case. They may have heard it from my video. Just watch that. Yeah, videos popping off. Oh, I have the back end. I have the back end of it. It's more than that. It's not doing bad. It's good because I haven't really had time to make too many videos, so it's nice. Although now I'm on like a tear. I've got like a ton of videos coming up. Do I? No, you know what? I'm not gonna do the Endwalker part of this train. I'll stick to just Dawn Trail trains. I hate leaving the Endwalker train like mid-train because I want to go catch the Dawn Trail train because they're worth twice as much. Like, technically, that's the most effective thing to do, but it's too much effort. Besides that, who knows? Maybe an S-rank will spawn. It won't. Let's see. Yeah, the cats are... Yeah, but the cats are permanently in a state of how could this happen to me? Comments are pretty funny. It's pretty cool how they managed to innovate on how to make the housing acquisition process even worse. God, that's fucking funny. Yeah, housing in 14 mobile. Bad time. Love looking through some of these. You can tell how many people don't actually know anything about it. There's so many people who still don't understand Square Enix doesn't develop the mobile game. They just don't get it. Like, good, Square could stop pumping money into this. Like, they literally weren't even the developers. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's plenty of those here. Oh no, anyway. Let's see. I like this person's where they were like, maybe the 14 team could just get the engine that it runs on. Well, except that the mobile game's not doing very well. Yeah, the mobile game's not doing very well at all. It's probably not coming to global. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, what's the business model? Yeah, there's a few things that you can do. There's a little bit of pay to skip. You know, there's a battle pass, there's like premium things. Pretty much the only real pay to win was being able to skip some of the relic grind, but just like in the main game, the relic grind doesn't really make you any stronger necessarily than the players who are just raiding. Bacon. Yeah, skip the grind. No, I mean there's an optional sub, but like anyone who was playing it seriously probably was paying that. It came with like a whole bunch of like little things and some access to some features. No, it's a mobile game. It's free to play. The number of people who just have no idea anything and they just speak is wild. I'm checking the comments, dude. People are so dumb. I like the one comment here that's just like 16 die channels. What? Those are my favorite comments. The people are just finding out that 14 Mobile has 16 die channels. I'm not gonna lie, I think that's a terrible idea, having 16 die channels. You ever hear sometimes too much of a good thing is a bad thing? I feel that way heavily about that. $16 per item, yep. Mm-hmm. I actually think that that would be a terrible idea. Think of all the jet black dyes, though. Why would you want to dye that many individual things jet black? That would be you would avoid doing that. Dude, you know what's really funny about Guild Wars 2? They actually just did glamour plates, basically. And it's an absolute fucking disaster. Like, hilariously so. I'm shocked. I'm shocked at how, like, they implemented it. That's not even the worst. Okay, the payment thing aside, how it functionally works or doesn't work is really the bigger problem. How's XIV doing a better job? Well, it fucking works, for one. You basically have to imagine if in Final Fantasy XIV you had to undo anytime you wanted to do anything with your glamour plate, you had to undo everything on it first. And you can't, and you can't modify the individual pieces of your gear and your gear templates. So you basically need to undo the entire thing. Imagine if every time you wanted to redo the glamour plate, you had to like take everything out, re-dye it, and then add it back in. Because you're not allowed to modify anything that's actually in it. Any change you wanted to make, you would have to do that. They're getting slammed for it, to my understanding. And then on top of that, those are the 2 free plates, and then you have to pay a bunch to get the other. That shouldn't surprise anyone. I don't know why anyone would be surprised by that. Yeah, Light Earth is our resident Guild Wars 2 aficionado in Discord, so he's always sharing these things, so that's usually where I learn about it. I wouldn't be surprised. I will. Okay, so something that I think is wildly under. I'm even just reading through my comments. I'm seeing people describe 14 and Dawn Trail as a whole as largely doing the bare minimum. Am I crazy, or is that not what I've seen over the last expansion? If anything, I've seen maybe too much emphasis on fixing old things and not enough actual emphasis on us getting new things. Every patch, there's something. Every patch has had a pretty major surprise. There's been some things that are taking far longer than I want them to, or than they should. There's definitely blunders. But I'm not seeing bare minimum effort. I'm just seeing a lot of, like, fixing shit that people have been waiting for far too long to get fixed. Which then makes it seem like, oh, yeah, you should have done this fucking ages ago, guys. What were you waiting for? Hell, they even gave us MS Paint in-game. It's funny how the feature is so... It's not used at all for what it's intended to be used for. But in some way, that's not worse. The amount of fucking funny boards that I've seen is not small. Yeah, people are definitely going to be upset. In-game meme maker. I love the in-game meme maker. By the way, I am looking for A trains and S spawns, but nothing's popping up. I think Cactar should be soon, if memory serves. Normally they're in the... Oh, no, they're normally towards the Shadowbringers portion. So yeah, that'll be in a few minutes. That'll get called in a few minutes, most likely. The S ranks are floundering today. Yeah, the strategy board technically does exactly what it's supposed to do. It's funny because its main problems, one of them is the share code is ridiculous. And the second is that the share code only shares one board and doesn't share a folder. Honestly, if it even just shared the folder, even with the ridiculously long... There are other things, like you should be able to attach a strategy board or a folder of strategy boards to your PF. Yeah, it's pretty much dry, is what I was told this morning. Their S ranks are dry, of all the like ones people would actually go out of their way for. Unless people are doing Agrippa, Pale, or Nunyunui. All the Minhikaus are gone, basically, at this point. You know, I'm good. Is that one of the kill count ones? Yeah, it's why I didn't make a big deal about WoW housing either. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't make it. I don't like to make a big deal about 14 housing. Like, for the people who enjoy it, I like to see them get their updates. I like to advocate for updates for those people. But it was never going to make me like WoW better. You know, WoW is still WoW at the end of the day. And I fundamentally didn't like it. Not because I didn't have housing before. Oh, yeah. I'm assuming it's been narrowed. The spawn location's been narrowed for that. God bless people who actually narrow spawn locations. It's not... I mean, I guess it's not that hard, but it is a lot more effort than I'd want to put in. There's the call. I was right. tack chart should be in, I said it would be in a couple, I said a few minutes, to be fair. I didn't say a couple minutes. I was technically wrong. A few is not 2. When people say a few and they actually mean 2 minutes, it actually drives me insane. What are we looking at? Well, the reason it's not a replacement is because it just doesn't, it can't be effectively shared very well. Like, it's fairly close to being good enough to do that. In terms of its actual functional use, it's not that far from being able to do it. It's got a few small things missing, but the biggest problem is actually sharing it. Because we were using it day one, and it was incredibly useful. Functionally, it was doing what we wanted it to do. We were able to quickly communicate in-game with an example, and also save our positions in that example so we could reference them later. Especially good for using it, like, right day one, instead of, like, pulling up a separate program and trying to draw on that thing, or pulling up MS Paint or whatever. Like, it was moderately effective, and the live editing is very good. But yeah, no, the sharing is not good. And you can also just set it up as a post-it on your actual game screen instead of on a site. Like, even if you just take a strat that already exists on, say, a raid plan or anything, and you replicate it on your board, you can use it as a post-it note that's actually in-game and on screen, which I also think is useful. It absolutely, it was way closer to being useful than the duty recorder. I'll tell you that. Way closer. Because it basically does almost all the things someone would actually want it to do. And then, for anyone who isn't using it seriously, memes. The way I look at it is, and this is especially prevalent now, just because there is an alternative doesn't mean you shouldn't try to make your own. Like, just because everyone uses Discord right now for socializing doesn't mean they shouldn't fix the friends list. You know? Hello, Shetty. Well, that's why I said it's especially prevalent now. DVD, thank you for the 14 months. Why is it not playing? I don't have it turned off, do I? No, I don't. Why is it not playing? That's it. Alerts are broken. I hate myself. Thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. 14 months and it's the 14... Oh, there it is. We got there eventually.
Steve House just subscribed.
It just took
14
a
months
billion
and it's
years.
The 14th, while Haps is playing 14.
Do 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 do. Yeah, I try not to do that. I definitely do it from time to time, with the whole like see it as black and white. But like, at the end of the day, might as well try to do something. And here's the thing. It's believe it or not, I think it's actually achieved more than it was originally intended for. Because as a meme board, everyone uses it. What went from being something for raiders became content for everyone. Think of the quality. You can get stick bugged. No, we don't get rickrolled in 14. We get stick bugged. Get stick bugged, idiot. Get Rick bugged. It's stick bugged, but somebody puts Rick Astley's face on it. That's the next evolution. I think I'm a genius. Double Demon Fang. Because I said the word genius. My brain automatically goes to Double Demon Fang the moment I hear the word genius. I mean, honestly, the only feature I actually want for the strategy board that's not there in its current implementation is the ability to turn off being shared strategy boards. So I don't have to click in and look, or be able to at least X out of the pop-up without having to open it first. That way I don't have to see every single meme board, some of which I've probably already seen before. I mean, there's let's do this together, bro. Let's do this together, bro. I like the Yan one that was in my Discord. That one brought me incredible joy. Well, I don't think that works when you're actually in a party doing content. I'm pretty sure do not disturb and all of those turn off when you're like actively playing the game. Those are like, you turn them on and then you do nothing. What the fuck are we going to Heritage? Jesus Christ. Roland, welcome back.
Roland_Ossium just subscribed. Hey, well.
What the? Why did it? You said hey yo all, and it was like hey blah blah. Like it like vomited. It's like when you try to say hello to someone and you accidentally swallow your own spit. Anyone ever done that before? Where you just walk in and go hey, and you just die immediately. That's what it sounded like to me. Thank you. And hi. And then you cough for the next 15 minutes. Yeah. Pretty much. Wall? Can we just go wall here? We don't have to teleport, right? Yeah, we could just wall. Wall. Laid bare. Found and fair. Look at it. Look at it. Right. The face of true evil. I'm reminding you. We love that mount. You don't have to do very much of P12 to unsync it now. It dies very quickly. Cute mount should not be locked behind Savage. Good old Cactar. Can always rely on them to just change the hunt order for no reason. I'm honestly surprised we're even doing both hunts in the same region sometimes. I expect them to do one and then leave. They have done that before. I have been in a Cactar train where they just decide to do one hunt and then leave to another. And I've seen... No, I think the #1 Cactar one is the Triple Train Remix Edition, where they take the Endwalker, Dawntrail, and Shadowbringers train and just combine them, and every single individual hunt is in a different location. So you never do the same zone twice. I definitely remember that being a thing. And anyone who's been to enough Cactar trains knows that even if you haven't heard of it or haven't done it, that it's probably happened. That's very on brand. Clown car train? There you go. Maybe that's what it's called. The fucking clown car train. Just fucking bouncing around all the different expansions. Should do that? You really don't have to. I'm gonna say, I don't really think you have to. I think that's a thought that you should just not have. For your own sake. A lot of gurs in shout chat too. Like a good gur train. Yeah, that's the thing. You also do need to scout 3 expansions at once, which is asking for a lot. Sometimes, sometimes scouting 1 expansion at a time is rough. Hi, Saucy. Yeah, I can't be asked to do any scouting, because I don't want to. I mean, why would they make a new hunt currency for DT? There was no reason to make a new hunt currency. Technically speaking, there was no reason for them to even make one for... Actually, there was a reason for them to make one for Shadowbringers, and they just co-opted it and made it the new currency that's permanent. The reason is because we were going to Navrant. So they were like, well, we should have a different currency because we're going to a different, like, shard. But then we brought it back to the source anyway. Yeah, I remember people doing that. Cactar did that a lot, where they would do Moon last, and they would not do Ultima Thule last specifically. I have also been the disbander. I've been the I'm leaving. I've been that person. I've fallen for that. Been there, done that. El Piss. Also Spanish for the piss. I've been making that joke so much as of late because I've been playing Fire Emblem for the first time. And a bunch of the spell names are like El Thunder, El Fire, El Wind. So I just go, ah yes, I'm going to kill them with El Wind. Spanish for the wind. Yeah, in Shadowbringers, the poo shenanigans. I remember that. I remember the poo shenanigans. He is the great mighty poo. He's gonna throw his shit at you. I mean, honestly, it felt like the only logical thing for me to say upon seeing the spell's names were Elwind. Because in my brain, I thought it was Elfwind. And then I was like, but there's no elves here. Oh, it's Elwind. Oh, okay. Elwind. No, E-L wind. Spanish for the wind. I just explained it. Oh, so many more toads. I need so many more. I'm just glad I'm in striking distance of the tiger. 28 threads on the forum about a crash out about Mitt. That sounds fun. You go do that. I'm gonna not. 28 pages. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense. It's one thread with 28 pages. I should do more videos reading the forums. That's always not fun, but I do it anyway. I mean, fun. Elwyn force. Different force. It's wind. There's a D. Everyone keeps leaving out the D. You never leave out the D. Avoid at all costs. Yeah, but making fun of it is so much funnier. Do you get a kickback? Yes, I do. On top of being sponsored, I do get kickback, yes. It supports me directly. It's funny because I didn't even do the command in Discord last night to advertise it. I was actually just trying to get the hyperlink. I needed the hyperlink for something, so I was like, let me just go type it in so I don't have to go do that. Let's go type it into my own Discord. Because I knew it would still show. I didn't have my own Twitch chat open, so that was my next best option for just quickly grabbing it. Yeah, we have exitlag as a sponsor now, so for anyone who suffered through the DDoSes in recent months, or just looking for a somewhat better connection, you can support the stream directly. There it is. I gotta try playing Machinist with it at some point. See if I can actually be an East Coast Machinist again. Honestly, even just playing Bard through, like, when I go from Payon into Minuet, the speed up there. Sometimes it's not great. Dude, the DDoS stopped the moment JP got world first. Unironically. Like, and we're done now. I was like, Can't help but I've noticed a trend here. DDoSer was like, it's finished. I mean, JP was out of the world first race for like 3, 4, almost 4 expansions. I'd say a decent number of Western teams are quite competitive. 7.5 will drop in May. Yeah, Lucrezia left the world race, and then the West took over for a while. Wait, and 45. Wait, what? Oh, 0.45. No, that might be before the end of this month. This upcoming Tuesday, I think, is 4 weeks since the last... Oh, no, this upcoming Tuesday is 3 weeks, so... Wait, is that right? Yeah, it's going to be minimum 4 weeks after the previous patch. Yeah, they just did that. That's not the first time that that's happened, Jet. It's variant, advanced, criterion, Hildebrand. Yeah, we got a few front runners. We got a handful. This man just had other priorities. People didn't want to play anymore. They were just like, I got other things to do. Sirens Dawn Trail train. Yeah, I guess I can catch one more train today. I'm feeling really tired, so I should probably just chill for the rest of the day. Play some Fire Emblem. I have something to do around 3 also. Let me go to Siren. I mean, they put out like a big post about it. I didn't read it. I had some other people who are telling me about it. Let me join a party and then go spend my tomes. I mean, I won't speak for Neverland, but I'm not gonna lie. If I rented out a warehouse for 2 weeks and then beat the fight in 3 fucking days, I probably would stop. I guess that's more Echo, I guess, but Echo absorbed the Neverland team. I would probably not want to be a part of that anymore. Be like, yeah, maybe we overshot this. Watch him Pello. I mean, maybe they will, maybe just not for Savages, because like I said, they already way overshot. The 2 weeks for the warehouse, I thought was ridiculous when I heard about that. I was like, oh no, dude, this isn't gonna be like top. We're never gonna have a top or a DSR ever again, most likely. Would have done a week at most. And even then, I think that would have been... I was thinking, I was like, this fight's going to be beaten in 3 or 4 days. Like, before I even started doing it, we had any idea of what the difficulty was like. Even I was like, I think it's going to be like 3 or 4 days. There will never be another Ultimate like DSR. Because you know the only way you get something that takes as long as DSR or is as punishing as DSR is A, you make DSR again, or B, you make top again. There's really no other way around it. Can we not make top again? My thoughts exactly. Doo-doo. 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 I actually didn't think top was that bad to proc. Ugh. But I have bad memories of it, and I'd rather not have to deal with that again. Fru is exactly what I wanted it to be when I wanted it to be it. I couldn't have asked for anything better than Fru, in all honesty. I was very, very pleased. Only I can protect her! Incorrect. Only I! That took me back to fucking Athena. God, I loved making fun of all the Palace Athena lines. Pull cover for when the heavens fall. Athena had so many memeable lines. I mean, tremble is, you know, trembles tremble. The world shall tremble! My theories will be proven as fucked. What did she say? Good times. It's too bad I didn't really like phase 2 of that fight, like, at all. It was like, okay. It was quite mid. Whoa, the flat car! Thank you, Lamul. Yeah, it's all the lore connection stuff. I mean, poor cover for when the heavens fall is literally lifted right from Thunder God Sid. There's a few other ones as well. Do 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 do. Hit it harder! We're running out of train! Thank you, Lamul. Everybody loves it. You know what's funny? For all of the reputation Lalafels have had for several expansions now, I think we have the two best Lalafels we've ever had. Everyone's like, I hate Lalafels. Looks at Matem and Lamul. I like these two. These two can stay. Yeah, Kokol is also quite good. Doesn't really get any credit, though. Ugh. No, I don't want the tree. Don't want to make the tree. The tree fight, well, that's not what they meant. They meant make the tree in P8. And I'm like, I'm good. Hey, we were just talking about you earlier. I don't want to make the tree. I have no desire to make the tree. I would actively run away from people as I tried to make the tree. I'd be like, if we wipe because you're chasing me to make this tree, I just wanted you to know that's your fault, not mine. I won't play a part in this childish game. Kozamauka. No, I'm not making the other ones. No. We have succeeded. Stand still. You've done it, Magnus. Now come get some tomes. Woohoo! Tomes. No. It wasn't. Yeah, sure, you can casually get more tomes until 7.5. You can do that. True story, I remember when I told the group I was doing tea with that the cat was going to be the solution to the puzzle, and they told me I was crazy because they wouldn't include the lore of the fight in the puzzle, and I was like, you're wrong. It's gonna be what it is. And then I was fucking right! I knew it. I knew it was going to be the one. It's times like that I enjoy being a lore enjoyer. They're like, it's ultimate. They're not going to, like, use the story. Yeah, that's what I was like. I was like, what game are we playing? After what happened in Ultima, you really don't think that that the cat's gonna be part of the solution. You don't think they could possibly conceive that as an idea? Come on, man. Did you even do Ultima? You're my bitch now. That will forever be one of my favorite lines. It's so funny because I didn't even know I had said it. Like, people were like, why did you say that? And I was like, say what? Why did you yell, you're my bitch now? And I was like, I did that? I don't remember doing that. That's news to me. I don't remember who it was, but I remember someone making like a Smash Brothers style video for that raid. And it included that line, and I was like, that's beautiful. The line is, fuck you from Hentai. Fuck you! Whoa! Well, I mean, here's the thing. I'm not even the one who came up with that line. Everyone else in the group was the one calling it... Well, I think the healers were calling it fuck you damage. Somebody else in the group was calling it fuck you damage because it was like... The damage was just so high for the sake of no, seriously, go fuck yourself. Like, it just felt like the fight ran like... So I was like, well, I'm going to abbreviate that. I'm just going to call it fuck you instead. All I was doing was shortening it. Nothing more, nothing less. I like to make sure my callouts are as unforgettable as possible. I want people to just have no chance of not knowing what is happening with any given pull. And sometimes that means I have to debase myself with these vulgar callouts. And also, fuck you. Yeah, I always need to have some form of call out that stands out. Even back in the Realm Reborn days, I would, I had check your debuffs, everybody. Check your debuffs for turn 7. I always need to have something. In, out. Yeah, that was the DSR call out. Of course, we have Anabasio saving these for later. Saving these for later. I added Balfa to the fucking list this week. I've been meaning to use Balfa for a while. After Belta, I've had Balfa waiting this entire time. So shocked that Belta threw people off as much as it did. I never meant for Belta to be something I was known for, but sometimes you just gotta belt. Yeah, I have Ba and Duh as well now, too. Well, okay, saying that nobody died kind of undermines the disaster that occurred when I said Belta. Yeah, nobody died, but that doesn't mean it was okay. It was certainly not okay based on what took place immediately after. There was a lot of snapshotting slash backflipping slash praying. It was not smooth sailing. Going to Belta and all hell broke loose. There was Helta and Belta. Oh, I didn't even notice that there was a I had 2 teleports. Damn. Yeah, I threw Balfa. I threw Balfa out there to really save time this week. I didn't want Balfa to confuse people too much. I was like, Beta, Belta, Balfa. I made sure the risk was minimal. Sometimes I think about still returning the city to its full golden state because when I did hunt trains when the expansion first came out, I would change this to be I would change it back to the original golden city. It looks nice now, so I don't really have to all that much. But I could make it like piss colored again, should I so desire it. Alright, I think that covers all of the Dawn Trail train for Siren. Sure does. Thank you for train. Alright, I am a little tired today, so I think today we're going to cut a little short. Tomorrow I'm definitely doing about an hour of that new God of War game. I have a sponsorship for it, and I have to do it this weekend. So tomorrow, after I do a bit of 14 in the morning, I'm going to wrap with that. Monday is still an unknown because I know I'm taking off on the 20th. So I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do on Monday yet. So that is tentative, if you will. Real quick, I just went over to Twitter and I saw a post that says, if you're sad that you're all alone on Valentine's Day, remember that you're also alone every other day of the year. You know what? Half glass full. Why is today any different? Zeus. Alright, all the same, I'm going to wrap for the day here. It's a little earlier than I wanted to, but I feel like I just need to chill. I just need to chill for the rest of the day. So that is what I am going to do. I'll be back tomorrow with exactly as planned, and I'll let you know about after that. So, with that, no, I'm going to play Fire Emblem. Almost certainly going to play some Fire Emblem. That I'll do. But yeah, either way, thanks for watching. Be sure to check out the video today. And thanks again to exitlag for sponsoring. If you ever have any questions about the exitlag sponsor, you can always ask in Discord or in the stream or whenever. But they're now sponsoring the channel. So if anyone who signs up, you directly support the channel and you directly support the sponsor. So be sure to take a look. !exitlag. With that, I'll see all of you tomorrow. Until then, I bid you